We'll see how that adjusts. I can adjust it if it's going to be a problem. But welcome to Anything is Possible. We're up on a local lake fishing today. Haven't cast it out yet. We're going to be using pack bait for carp. I got some live creek chubs I'm going to throw out for, there's giant bass in here. There's also bullheads. They keep telling me there's channel cats. I've never caught one. Haven't seen a single person catch one. But we do have cut bait. We're going to throw some of that out. And we got some worms. So multi-species day. Let's get started. We'll start with the pack bait. We're on a Frisbee golf course, so this could get fun. We're literally right where guys will be standing to throw Frisbees. Stuart, Wendy, welcome in. Yeah, let's get started. The fish are jumping, so I'm excited. If you're catching this on the rewatch, just look down in the comments section. We will put timestamps of all our catches. You just click on the time and it'll take you right to the takedown. How's the picture and audio, guys? ATC, welcome in, Brad. We kind of have a lot of sun in the distance, so I'm not sure. It kind of looks a little weird on my end, but I can get behind the camera if it's trying to zoom in on me. So let me have the audio and picture looks. Rod Wilson, good morning. Good morning. We got the pack bait out. White rod is going to be for carp, and I believe they're in here feeding. Actually, I'm looking at what I think is carp, so we could be in for a good day here. Let's throw some live bait on the next rod. Hey, Tomcat, welcome in. Looks great, but yeah, trying to zoom on you. I don't know why it does that. Huh. I'll sit behind it again. Oh, I lost my chub. Come here, chubby. So these are the creek chubs we're using for bait. Oh. See you later, creek chub. That cheap creek chub has just escaped. That's one lucky creek chub right there. Let's try better on this one. They are slippery little devils. We're going to switch to cut bait pretty quickly, but we're going to start with some live chubs. I got them, I might as well use them. And actually, I think I'll put a worm on this first rod. It's got a smaller hook, since I just lost one minnow. I want to save a chub in case we once spotted about a 10-pound bass right off of this little rock edge. So I like to have a chub in the, at our disposal for that. Alrighty. Bring this up a little bit so I can try to keep my distance from it. There we go. Justin's in the house. Welcome in, Justin. I am playing for chubs. That's right. It's all in the hips. Even when you are an extra foot or two away, it's fine. Beautiful view. Well, problem, Brad, is I can't see. I don't need glasses though, but I just can't see that chat. Now I brought out the brand new GoPro 12 here, so I'm gonna try to fire this thing up if we catch anything and get some nice release shots. Get some carp view on it. Let's try to get down here and chat and see if I can get it to go automatically. All right. Bulk, welcome in, buddy. Good evening to you. We're standing right on a mat that is used for frisbee golf, so I'm trying to keep organized because eventually somebody will come through playing frisbee golf and we'll have to get the heck out of the way real quick. I don't know if I can sit over here. Try that. So at some point today, I'll go till about 2, but I got to get out of here in a hurry. I'm going to find out, my dad's got surgery at some point tomorrow, and I don't know what time it is. So at some point today, they'll call my mom and let her know. So I might be going up there tonight. I might be going up there tomorrow. I just don't know. I might be live tomorrow. I might not be live. Might be live at a different time. Unfortunately, I don't know right now. Cheers, Paul, PA outdoor couple in the house. Appreciate it, guys. We got a lot of swirls out here when I was walking in, so I'm hopeful. A lot of fish were out feeding. I could see bubbles, so there's definitely some activity. And I got as much bait as I had yesterday, so we got a lot of stuff here. Time is 8 minutes in. I casted everything out, so we'll let it go to the 45-minute mark on the pack bait. We'll jig the worm around in a little bit. There's G4. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. He's getting a pacemaker put in, so hopefully everything will go smooth. Lisa Elliott. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. There's another swirl. I didn't see what it was, but there's some nice rings out there. Kind of wishing I brought an extra carp set up. Stephen Merchant, welcome. Got 16 people in the house. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up for me, please. Thank you, Dwight. Appreciate that, buddy. Hey, there is Different Styles. Welcome in, buddy. Welcome in. The weather's going to be insane. It's going to be like mid to upper 80s, something like that today. So I had to break out the Hawaiian shirt, you know. This time next week, we could have snow on the ground here. You never know. There's Raptor Will. Welcome in, welcome in. So the poles on the furthest, the white rod is pack bait. That's for carp. The other two are, that's a creek chub on the middle rod. And this guy's just got a big old night crawler on it. So we could catch catfish, carp, or bass, or sunfish. So I've got another rod behind the scenes with a little jig on it. I'll probably start jigging in about 5-10 minutes. I'll just let everybody come in and you know, go from there. 15-inch bass, my claim to fame. That's a nice bass. That's a nice bass. We're in Pennsylvania, so I say that's nice, you know. We don't have the bass that Florida has, but there's a gray herring over on the other side. It's always a good thing when you see a gray herring in your spot. Maryland's pretty good. Yep, Maryland's pretty good. There's Wild Japan. Good to see you. There's Dam. Welcome in. Dam's Fish On Adventures. Appreciate it. So many members in here. Appreciate that, Dan. Now, you know what, a lot of you guys know the lake that's up there by my parents' place. So I'm hoping if I do go up, I'm able to sneak out there at some point today. Got this casted all the way out there, but to be honest with you, the big bass we always see are right up close, so I think I'm going to bring that in a little bit. Just sit right about there. I'll just sit that right next to me. Food from afar is in. Good morning, Martine. Hope I don't miss anybody. You guys are flying this morning. Appreciate it. It was trying to make me go vertical again. I had to reset it like 3 times this morning. It was horrible. Like, there's no way I could do a vertical and just, like, this is a beautiful view. I'd rather go horizontal so you guys can have a view. And that's only about 4 feet from me to the water. So I don't really have the room to do a vertical here. $18 in, 15 thumbs up. Pumpkin carving later. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, YouTube's pushing those verticals, but I always go against the stream here. We kind of took oh, that was me bumping that rod. We kind of took a poll on that a while back, and most people wanted horizontal, so we stuck to horizontal. It might cost us a lot of subs, but I mean, look, based on my analytics, I'm making, you don't make a lot of money, but I'm making more money and I'm getting longer, better views on the horizontals. So there's Skeeter. I think somebody else slid by. Missed Skeeter. You live at 6 tonight. Pickles BBQ and Retired Rick. Welcome in, guys. Tuna Head Dwight deleted something by accident. We just gotta wait for the fish to wake up. Skeeter's gonna be live around 5. Okay. I'm definitely gonna be going up the mountains with a lot of pack bait, and cut bait, just in case I get a chance to get out on the lake. Just trying to clean my phone screen. So if anyone gets accidentally locked out, it's just Dwight cleaning his phone. It could be my lens too. It might be pretty dirty. Furry Meatloaf Skeeter. We've got pack bait on the far rod, live creek chub on the middle rod, and the rod that's right beside me is a night crawler. But I have a jig. I might put the night crawler on the jig in a couple minutes, or another creek chub, and cast it around, because there are some big bass in here. Stuart, no more lives for the foreseeable future. Must have some drama again. I would just keep rolling, buddy. You said that 2 weeks ago and you kept rolling. Just keep rolling. Don't let anyone stop you. I did get a package from Stuart. I know he wants to do a joint live, so I'm not opening. I'm just leaving it sit there. But we'll do that soon. Yeah, it's beautiful here, Pickles. You've seen me fish up on the other side of the lake. I put a short out last night, That's this exact spot last winter, February. I think it was Valentine's Day, actually. We fished for like an hour and a half, temps. It was a hit like 60. It had been like 20 degrees below freezing. We had one warm day. We came up here. We were fishing for in a competition, and we caught some nice carp, a bass, and I think a couple sunfish. Yep, I'll have to do that at home though, Stuart, because I'll need my, I can't do that on the phone. We tried that last time and it didn't work. I'm gonna get my jig out, and we're gonna cast that thing around and see if we can get the skunk out of here real quick. Looks like something trimmed up my worm. Never even felt it. I also want to cast, there's like a little bay over here. I don't know if you guys can see that. And there's been some splashing around over there as well. So yeah, I think that's man, I should have moved it. Now I'm not sure where I got it. I don't know why I messed with it. Why did I mess with it? There we go. That's better. What I missed? 22 in the house. 20 thumbs up already. Awesome. There's Glacier. Welcome, welcome. I think I shared Glacier out this morning. I meant to. Watched him catch some king salmon there. He had some mysterious person filming. I don't know if he's got a girlfriend up there or what. Or Wilson learned how to talk. Can't tell. Yeah, I don't. That's me sitting on a bell. I don't, this stream, I can find this stream boring too, but each stream's different in its own. It's a nice meeting place, a nice place to hang out. And now that I got my new GoPro, I can get back to filming some of my long videos. So you guys can actually see me fishing the other style where I'm running and gunning and a lot more successful. Everybody looks successful when you got a GoPro and you can edit, And you pop up in live and then you're like, man, that guy doesn't catch much. Well, go live, give it a try. 80s, it's ridiculous today. Web Shooter Slings, what is going on? That's a new name. How you doing, guys? I'm going to just cast this jig around. 70 in Boston. I have work, can't see Stuart. Go live. I like to watch Fish Whisperer when he is on live. Yeah, absolutely. I got the GoPro 12 for a birthday present from my wife. The fish know you're live, that's right. Yeah, I mean, I will do some more running and gunning with the live. It's just, I don't like that style as a live. I like a spot with a nice view. Yeah, Web Shooter. I see you in here a couple more times. I'll give you a wrench so you can sub around and connect and check out everybody's channel. Oh, had a hit right there, guys. Thanks, Bob. I do have a mysterious girlfriend. She was visiting for. See, I figured it out. See if I got stripped. Nope. It's like 8 feet right off of here. Real deep little cliff right there. 90s out by Rod in Kansas. Paul, so I'm going to get some free Fridays free soon, so I'll hit the river and places with a good internet reception. I know. 12 is fancy. Sure is. I appreciate you, Web Shooter. If you can leave a comment on a video or something, I will certainly connect over to you. I do my best to support everybody who comes in here. I really do. It's not easy. I wish I did a better job at times, but I do try. Marilyn Johnson, welcome, welcome. ATC, I can't wait to see your lives. All Things Country says I'm going to be live this week or next for Pike. Not sure I will do with all the run and gun I do. Plus the sun is always in my face on the East Bank, so hard to film. Yep. Dwight's asking Stuart if he knows how to make plugs or floating plugs. Oh, I think that was just a sunfish right here at the edge. Pickles at 76. I think we met in one of Knuckles' lives, Anyfin. The name sounds familiar, and with slings in it. I know Knuckles was talking about slings, so I wasn't sure if that was Knuckles, if that was another channel. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, Controversial, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping over. Controversial Cruising is over from Eddie Lugo's crowd. Got a couple little, oh, there was a swirl. Hang on, guys. Might as well hit this boulder while I'm here. There's a couple big boulders, and one of the biggest bass I ever saw was right there. Couldn't get him to bite though. Just cast out there and let it sit. Just let it sit a while. Pack bait usually takes a while to attract the fish in. Sucked him into a rabbit hole. Glacier saying hello to Controversial Cruising. My videos, but live casting and fighting fish is a whole nother ball game. We get caught up here. Waking up now. 26 in, 22 thumbs up. Controversial says he was a big saltwater fisherman back east in New York. Very good. New York's got some good fishing. We're just, we're in Pennsylvania, not too far. Marilyn Johnson's from New York. We've been up there for the salmon runs and a little bit of trout fishing in the Adirondacks, but not too much. Yeah, we have bass here, catfish, and carp pickles, as well as all the sunfish. Pack bait, cut bait has to set up for a while. Yep, it takes a little time for them to come in. I've got a big live chub on there because you never know what's in these waters, We were fishing a pond yesterday, and I was talking to the guys who are part of the township, the maintenance crew, and they were just telling us some of the stories of some of the fish that were in there, and the myths of what was in there and what they saw after it flooded. And people throw fish in places, you know. Weldon Carey are the next two I got to drag into the rabbit hole. What's the rabbit hole? It was in Long Island. Long Island's an amazing place. We must have talked about that. That sounds familiar. Mindy's in Coastal Water. Good morning, Mindy. Hope you and the fam are well. Yeah, check out Mission Discover. He's into the slingshots as well. Nolan. I'm sure he'll pop in at some point. We were into it for a while there, and Kevin wants to shoot carp with one. We have a rule: if you kill it, you eat it, though. So if he does shoot one, it's going to have to be in a clean area, because we don't want to eat one out of some of these lakes that are here. Wrist rocket is deadly. I may re-rig that up. Let's see. I'm surprised we haven't caught anything on the worm. Before we lose all the shade, I'm gonna do a little bit of casting under these trees. Sometimes these big fish come right up here on the sides. A lot of times, I mean, you go out on boats and the first thing you do is you start casting at shore. So if you're bank fishing, you got to remember, cast to the side. A lot of times you scare everything out that's around the area. But, you know, myself included, you tend to get to a spot and start casting it straight out. But, you know, you want to fan cast. You want to make sure that you're hitting those sides on an angle. Slab and bouncers in. Bouncer Slab, welcome. I'm here for a few minutes. Have to head out in the woods. Out of the woods and into town. Very cool. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Mindy saying hi. I hear you, fish. I hear you. It might take, even though it's been warm the last couple of days, it's still getting down near freezing at night, so it might take them a little bit of time to warm up and get active. They've come a long way since wrist rockets, glacier, smaller frames, and flat latex bands. We're hitting speeds of 300 FPS, feet per second, I guess that is. It's crazy. Web shooter used slingshot, dart, and a reel setup and got a bunch of bullfrogs a couple years ago. That's awesome. Fork hits web shooter. I try, Slab. I try. If you guys have questions, let me know. We will be starting the Tuesday night tips soon, as soon as the time changes. I enjoy those because I'm in the house on Tuesday nights and I'm able to organize and get, you know, read up on the area so that I don't say anything stupid. Because, you know, I've been doing it so long, I kind of forget what people don't know. You know, a lot of shows, I think, kind of start too high. And that show's really about getting, you know, every show, even though there's something for everybody in the show, the idea is to take somebody who has no background in fishing. And if we're going to cover trout fishing, I want that person to be able to go out, get it set up, and go out and actually catch trout. That's a rock. Might be a blessing to get rid of this jig because it's too big. But I'd like to get it back in the tackle box. I'm going to throw another chub on this jig head. If you guys can see that. Let me hold it by the hook. That's a double hook angling jig head. And I'm going to cast that around, just kind of fan cast that, see if there isn't a big bass that's hungry. Come on, who wants to go swimming? Who wants to go swimming? Okay. 25 in, 23 thumbs up. I appreciate it. Okay. It's amazing. I came down here and there was just bubbles everywhere. And I know the first place in spring, the first spot that we sighted carp were in this little spot. So I know it's kind of deep out in the middle, not as deep as the other hole, but it's still about 10 feet out in the middle. And this is all like a foot. So this is one of the spots they come when the sun starts hitting in early spring. That'll warm up drastically compared to the deep water, and they'll come up there and get real active. Better check my drag just in case, right? The jig head's got just enough weight that the minnow will struggle to swim. So you don't want the minnow to look just like a regular minnow. You want it to look like something's wrong with it, and that's when the bass will target it. He swam under a rock. That's the problem with these guys. We'll just let it sit a minute. I think I'm going to put some cut bait and get that live creek chub off that big rod. Try to catch a bullhead out here. Let that guy go. I got a couple extras. Put a body of a sunfish on here. Eight-aught hook, just like that. Catfish have huge mouths. I know that looks big, but you could catch a little bullhead that big on a hook like that. Easily. Okay, let's get this back out. minnows swam out. Give that a couple more minutes and then we'll break it off if we have to. 27 in, 24 thumbs up. Some acorns bombing in off that oak. What's Glacier saying? Back in the day when there were overdraws on compound bows. Yep, I can remember people shooting themselves in the wrist and all that junk. Always save ripping a cast down the coast for last when I fan cast. Those ones are my favorite. Yeah, fan casting on an angle keeps the bait or the lure, you know, in the strike zone longer. That's kind of the idea. Glacier used to hunt squirrels with his wrist rocket. Legally, we can't use darts or arrows and slingshots in Japan. There is Mike. We got some crazy bird out there. Mike went fishing yesterday without his glasses. That was pretty funny. Seeing him trying to read chat. He said, "Oh, I think that's anyfin." I was listening, but I wasn't commenting. It was not me. So as soon as he said that, I had to pull over and then comment just because I felt bad. Simple Shot actually makes a sling show. All right, Web Shooter. I'm gonna wrench you up here. I can tell you're one of the crew. There you go. Gave you a wrench, buddy. Scroll. Yep. A lot of small game hunting with it. Paul says, that's why I enjoy Mad River Outfitters channel. Lots of info to help take the intimidation away from fly fishing. Yeah, I try to keep it simple. I mean, I still look at those books to learn something too, because a lot of times it's like the basic stuff. And when you're having a tough time fishing, it's like just go back to basics. Jig head and corn. Yeah. Yeah, my go-to for newbies with trout fishing is a real light jig in the current, you know, towards you with some type of rubber on it, whether it's a little minnow or a rubber worm. It triggers the strikes better than anything I've ever used. At the pond, I like to hit every directions. Yep. Glacier's looking forward to spring. Dude, you got a long wait, man. You got a long wait. I have a few different styles. I enjoy wild, but right now my favorite is the Caddyshack Evo Ergo. Yeah, we do. We've got a good community in here, Web Shooter. Very supportive folks. We try to watch each other's stuff and comment and carry on in their lives. Martine, you want to fish? Okay. Martine wants a fish. We got to get a fish, send it over to Ireland. It's going to be one big smelly mess when it gets there. Yeah, fishing is always more important. Chris is an amazing builder and shooter, Wild Japan. Hey, there's the Numbskull. Welcome in, Numbskull. Your Web Shooter friends in here. You are welcome, Web Shooter. He was like, "Oh, I'm friends with Numbskull." I was like, "Okay, well now I definitely am very curious of you." Gold, silver, or red trout magnets jig tipped with a small piece of worm. Many 2 people 1 hour limit days. Yep. My favorite is well, and this goes back to something I read and learned when I was about 12. If it's sunny out, go with silver. If it's cloudy out, go with gold. Black also works when it's cloudy out. And then I just swear by the red color. The red power worm seems to be the best for me. But I'll switch them all up. That's what's so nice about that setup, is it's really versatile. You can change it up constantly. Hey, Creed. Welcome in, buddy. There's Creed Garner fishing. He is a young tournament fisher down in Texas. If you guys don't know who he is, I'm hoping he pops up on a Tuesday night sometime and we can talk about tournament fishing on our Tuesday tips. Because tournament fishing is a whole different game, different style completely. Let me get this jig off or break it off, or I need to get the third rod back out there. There we go, popped right out now. See that? Cast this guy up there. We'll let that just sit out there on the jig head. Got 3 rods back in action. I think, yeah, you guys can see them all. At the Tournament for Fishing Association I am in, you can't fish, you can't film. Yeah, that's tough. I do fish a few places like that. Special Brew. Let's see who this is. Hello, what is the chance you can catch a big flathead or channel? Today, pretty much 0. There's no flathead in this lake unless somebody threw one in there. I did catch a channel yesterday. Not here though. I've never caught a channel here. I don't think there's any channel cats in this lake. I've caught big black bullheads, like size of small channels. But everyone who's told me that there's channels in here has yet to prove it to me. So I don't think there are. I think people are catching the black bullheads and thinking that's what they are. But welcome in, Special Brew. Don't remember seeing you here. You hang out a while, I'll give you a wrench. We got 30 people in. Please hit that thumbs up button for me. Appreciate it. This is my day job, so appreciate it. We just put out a video. That was with the old camera. I'm looking forward to doing the new camera. All Things Country, I believe, is sending us something in the mail, and that will probably be our next video. 1-inch watermelon pearl gulp minnows are also a great secret. When you put them on the trout magnet jig. Yeah, I've heard someone else tell me that too. Some people like chartreuse. Yeah, pink plastic seems interesting. Yeah, whatever works. To me, being a full-time YouTuber and broke, I also constantly go in with cost in mind. And that also, I think, helps when I'm trying to get new people into fishing. A lot of people don't have the money. A lot of people, and I think, whether I do it on purpose or not, that's kind of, I do everything on the cheap. So I think I try to, attract that new crowd that doesn't have the money to spend. You can always improve and upgrade stuff. So I try to show you what works at the cheapest level. But jigs are awesome. You can pick up worms. You can pick up anything and throw it on a jig head, and you're going to increase your chances. Instead of just using like a size 6 or 8 hook and throwing it out there and floating it around or letting it sit in one spot. The jig, there's something about that jigging action that causes a fish to strike, even if it's not hungry. Bassmasters requires you to have a GoPro filming at all times. I could see somebody not wanting the film running if you're trying to protect certain areas. I could go for a Special Brew right now. I come in quite a bit, but just watched up to now. I appreciate that. If you can leave a comment, if you have a channel with content, if you can leave a comment on a video, I'll make sure I connect back to you. So I definitely would like to give you a wrench so you can connect around, but I don't do that typically until I know who the person is and the content, because the internet is a weird place. All right, Justin, don't work too hard, buddy. I got some fish in the freezer ready to do a fish fry, Justin, but this week's a little crazy. I'm hoping things calm down towards the end of the week. I'm going to be out of the area for the next couple days, possibly. I still have the 2 perch in the cooler. I filled up the tank in the classroom, I'll call it, for Tuesday night tips. We just got a new 60-gallon aquarium in there, so I can demonstrate some of the jigs and some of the setups. You guys will be able to see an underwater, picture of what it's supposed to look like. Ugly Stick is all you need, cheap, strong, and last year. Ugly Stick is a very good, reliable brand for sure. Yep. Yeah, my dad, yeah, loves to fish. Yep. He grew up hunting and fishing. There's that stinking carp bubble straight ahead. 46 minutes. Let's do it. Let's rebait and cast out on that carp. Whoop. I think that was me. Yeah. Trying to keep the pack bait, which is really messy, off of this foundation for the frisbee golfing, but there it is. If you guys have ideas of what you want covered on Tuesday nights, during the winter, let me know. Send me a message or put them in chat. I've got a lot of ideas already, but we got a lot of time, we can cover all of it. Right on his head. Okay. A little surprised we haven't caught a fish yet, but they've done me dirty before. Numbskull, 100% correct. I am built tough and dependable like an ugly stick. I used to think that, but now my body's starting to mess around. Gander Mountain, they had gear. I remember Gander Mountain. I haven't seen a Gander Mountain sign in a while. Creed will be back in 5 minutes. Got to watch a video for school. Oh. That kingfisher just dove in and ate something. I don't know what he's eating over there. Oh yeah, just 60 years old. I feel like my body's 80 sometimes. Keith gets called Kit. All right, nice to meet you, Keith, or Kit. I meant the weird people on the internet. That was what they got caught borrowing G. Loomis rod design. Interesting. Hey, there's Jimmy. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. We're up at the local lake, little multi-species carp. Got pack bait on the middle rod, the white rod. Got cut bait on the far rod. I don't think there's any channels in here, but there are some really big black bullheads. And then we got a live creek chub on a jig head over here for bass or, whatever. whatever mystery fish are hiding in this little lake. See, there's this YouTube arrow again that gets in my way. Martine Foods from Afar says, still watching, just finished editing, and now I'm doing some crochet. Very nice. Very nice. The Pickles says, this must be the fishing version of The Office, Dwight and Creed. Yes, we have a Dwight and Creed. That's true. Jenny's live at some point today. I don't know what time she's going live, but make sure you guys, give her some support, show her some support. She spent a couple days doing a ton of work in our live streams. I made a note to make sure I watched her today because I thought she'd be on earlier, but I didn't see her pop up. I'll have to catch her on the rewatch. There are some bubbles out there. So we casted pretty much at 45 minutes, so an hour and a half will be our next time to move the pack bait. Special brew, Keith. Where do you live? What part of the country or world, I should say? Yeah, this isn't the best place. We do travel a little bit. Wells catfish would be pretty cool. I think that's the biggest catfish in the world. We don't have those here. Okay, he's over by you down the coast. Very nice. Cool. So you're already in the afternoon there. I think I'll eat my sandwich before I start casting around a little bit more, and then we'll try to get a bite on this minnow. Martine, we have Duke's mayonnaise. I've got a little bit of Mexican cheese that was left over from taco night. I cut up some onions, a little bit of garlic, cloves, some tomato, some lettuce, one slice of bologna, and some turkey. Mekong, stupid big catfish. I gotta grow more jalapenos last year. I'm already out of them, or next year. That's the one thing I definitely need to add to the garden. A lot more jalapenos. We're sort of limited where we fish right now. It's a large part of the lake that's closed off. They just dredged it out, and then when they did that, they took away the beach and then they put in grass. So they're waiting for the grass to take hold, I guess. So you can't fish that area. Last time we fished across that way, and I think we got one carp or something like that, and maybe a couple sunfish or something. So fishing's been really off as of late in the area. But I don't want to fish the same spot if we're not really slaying them, so I'm just going to keep moving around and hopefully we get on them. You can't get dukes in Canada. I have to wait till little brother comes up from Maryland. There you go. Yeah, it's a big argument in our channel about mayonnaise, but I only discovered it from Justin, who's in our chat, or was in our chat. He's went off to work. I always had Hellmann's or whatever the cheapest mayo was, but I tried Duke's because he would challenge me to try it, and it is a little bit better than Hellmann's for sure. Welcome in, Steve. Hoping for carp mainly, and maybe a bullhead. There's some big black bullheads in here. One of our buddies showed me a picture of a catfish that he thought was a channel. It's probably the biggest bullhead I ever saw, and it came out of this lake. So hoping to catch a really big bullhead as well, or maybe a channel, because the ranger or some of the state website says that there's channel cats in here. I think their map's wrong. I know there's some up on the big reservoir. I've caught them up there, but not down in this this little smaller end of the lake. Fascinated by the prawn fishing, Wild Japan. Rhode Island Roger. Now that's like a new name, but you're wrenched up. So you must be somebody that changed their channel name. But welcome in, appreciate it. Cold weather, they're starting to run and go deep. Yep, they sure are. It's gonna be in the 80s today, so I'm hoping when it starts warming up, this spot's real shallow. As soon as that sun hits it, I'm hoping they migrate out of the deep and come up here. Devin, did you see the video of when we caught the manna shrimp? That was the first time we've ever caught it. First time I even saw a manna shrimp. I caught that thing down the shore. I had no idea what it was. I was ready to pick it up with my hand, and Kevin was like, "That's a manna shrimp. It'll blow your hand off." Glad he was with me, because I would have picked that thing up and been in a world of hurt. Yeah, definitely a weird year, Jimmy. Definitely a weird year. Not nearly the success we had the year before. Exactly, web shooter. Wild Japan's caught a few, but they don't have too many right where they are. That sounds good to me. Call one channel on the Black Rock. Very good, very nice. Oh, numbskull. You're not called numbskull for nothing. Creed's back. Oh, Roger Stafford. Okay, gotcha. No problem. Just threw me for a little loop. And I was like, yeah, he's got a wrench, so. Some of us like to change our channel names. Like we have fun channel names where we just like mess with each other when we're live. But that didn't seem like the case. Sun's starting to hit this, so I should be able to jig up some sunfish. And maybe the bass will get a little more active. I've seen a couple right here, but they're just kind of hovering around. We'll see if they will bite in a little bit. Note equals Norton. Numbskull wants to know how the bike is coming along, Roger. Kevin is smart for his age. He loves fishing, so when he's on watching videos, you know, he's looking for like educational videos. There it goes, Brad. It's gone. We might have our first group of Frisbee golfers coming. We might have to move the camera for a second. Roger said the frame cracked, starting all over. Maybe I'll be up this spring. Buy parts all winter. This month, so it's a waiting. Dog stuff this month, so waiting. It's a waiting game. Pickle says, hey, Wild Japan, have you ever done platform fishing in Japan? I watch a female angler there who does it. It looks cool. All right. Cast around this jig. Now, if I didn't have a live minnow, I could kind of do what I'm doing right now with like a jerk bait. I'm kind of letting it swim on its own and then like jerking it. That's all I'm really doing. Oh, there was a hit right there. That was a good hit. This isn't the biggest hook. I'm going to reposition the hook so a little more hook's exposed, even if it means losing my bait. See if I can get him back. That was definitely a nice bass. He's not dumb enough to hit it a second time, I guess. Another week or so, I think I'll be able to take the buzz bait to some of the local ponds, and we'll try to do some lives where I'm throwing artificials. I usually use artificials, but with lives, I tend to use a lot more live bait so I can watch the rods. But when I'm not on live or I'm recording, I tend to use, buzz bait's my favorite. Spinner bait's good. Spinners, jigs. See another carp over here feeding. I don't want to get into the game where I'm always casting if I see a carp. If I see another carp, definitely if I see 3 carp feeding, and then I'm going to recast. Let it sit there a minute. I'll catch up on chat. Made a leftover meatloaf. Mayo and Lowry's. Lowry seasoning is awesome. I used to make beef jerky with that. Hey, Don Johnson. Good morning. Good morning. For that Tuesday night tips, how does that work? I haven't had the chance to watch one yet. We haven't started yet this year. We always start after the time change. So I think that's like the 5th or the 6th of November. We would probably do like a StreamYard. And each week I do a topic, but I would just like, you would come in and talk for however long you wanted to talk and then just hang out. And we would cover, like I would probably pick bass fishing as the main topic that night. And it's only about an hour total, maybe 2 hours if we're having a good time. And then we can bring up other people too, but I could do bass fishing, and then I could have like bass fishing with special guest, Creed Garner, tournament fisher, or something like that. Tournament angler, whatever, we'll figure that out. But yeah, it's just kind of a laid back chat, and the purpose is to like educate like new anglers. So I personally, I'd be curious, and we can do like, I can poll the audience for like frequently asked questions, you know, and then you could kind of address that when you talk. Personally, I want to know how you got into that, and you know, how do you know if there's tournaments in your area, and is it, you know, age specific, you know, the whole 9 yards. That's general info basically. No big deal. It's just kind of a laid back, fun discussion, really. Looking at those bubbles here. There's definitely some fish around. I'm seeing a lot of bubbles over there now. But there's also bubbles out right where we casted, so. I think as it warms up, it's going to turn on. I'm going to be hopeful here. Grabbing a pound of jerky and heading to town. Jerky is like money in these parts. Jerky bartering is normal. That's awesome, Slav. How much meat to make a pound of jerky? That's a great question. I've never weighed it, so I don't know. 2 pounds. Look, he's on the business side of this. Depends how much you dry it, I guess, too. I made a batch with Bob's old recipe. It turned out great. Was that my recipe, or who's Bob's recipe? I did share a picture out there. The teriyaki beef jerky. I don't do much saltwater fishing due to the distance, and mostly done at the ocean. The freshwater version done for white carp, which is popular where I live. What's a white carp? Is it still a common carp? Is that like a coloration, or is that a different species? Honestly, never heard of white carp. I've heard of ghost carp. I'm not quite sure what a ghost carp is. You can get a good jug for jerky. Yeah, the silver skin, you gotta cut that stuff off. But you know what? It's not bad to chew on that all day long either. Optimob, I'm going to give you a wrench. I see you around all the time. Welcome in from Switzerland. That is awesome. Add the wrench so you can connect around. Welcome, welcome. No bites yet. It looks really good here. It looks really good. I was very hopeful, but this time of year is weird. So it's been getting cold at night. It's gonna get really warm today, so I'm not gonna give up hope on this spot. I think it's gonna turn on. It's funny, like when you're fishing in the summer, it gets so hot here in the summer that nothing really bites in the middle of the day. That's the only time I go live. um, but once you get into winter, it's almost the opposite. They want that, they need that warmth. So they start showing up in the middle of the day. So even though it, as an angler, looks crappy, it's too nice out. It looks crappy. It's a nice, beautiful day, sunny, it's gonna be hot. But because it's the fall, I think that's only gonna help the bite, not hurt the bite. It's a little bit easier to remove afterwards. My usual jerky marinade includes soy, Worcester, Dr. Pepper, jalapenos, and spices. That's interesting. Next time I make it, I might follow one of your recipes. I'm sure you got some on there, your page. Unfortunately, we can't use Worcestershire and or soy because they both have gluten in it, and I have some gluten-free folks in my household, unfortunately. There is Struggler 36. I'm gonna give you a wrench, bro. Thank you for coming in here. I forget where I've seen you around, but I remember chatting with you. Seemed like a decent dude. I was answering many comments, and after that I saw the stream. Awesome to see you all. Very cool. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're live every day, Monday through Friday, 10 to 2. We do this type of format where we sometimes we'll be running around like maniacs with horrible signals, but I try to set up where we have a nice view and a decent signal and we can have a nice chat. You know, sometimes we're smacking them good and sometimes we're skunked. We went through it where we got 44 carp in 2 weeks and then followed that up with like a bunch of skunks. It's a tough time of year. Glacier's fighting his autocorrect. Yeah, we could definitely get a turtle in here, Roger. The turtles are kind of chilled out this time of year. They're not like they are in the summer. Yeah, that makes sense. I just knew I've seen that name around. I just couldn't place them. Yeah, that's exactly where I remember them from. Awesome. Creed says that sounds awesome. We will get Creed up on a Tuesday night tip at some point. Ghost carp is a hybrid between a common carp and a koi fish. Interesting. I've caught a couple on one of my local lakes. Koi and carp are the same species though, right? So it's a cross between like the genetic characteristics, I guess. So I believe they're actually the same species. I don't know, Roger. Can use coconut aminos instead of soy. It's gluten-free. Cool. Very cool. I try to be gluten-free as well. It's hard for me to cook something that I can't eat, or like that I'm not going to eat. I'd rather make the gluten-free stuff taste just as good, so I know what I'm making for my son is good. All right, thank you, Optimob. Said I wish you good luck with fishing. I will stop in the near future again. It's 5 p.m. in Switzerland and we have to buy groceries. Awesome. Have a good dinner or supper, whatever you guys call it in Switzerland. Enjoy. Appreciate the sub as well. Thank you very much. Maybe the stream, Eric, Yogi. Yeah. They're in the same family, not exact same species. That's interesting, Marilyn, because I competed in a multi-species tournament and they counted them as the same species there. Because I caught a koi and I caught a carp, but they counted them as the same species. You're good people. Same species, just different genetics, like mirror carp and common carp. That's what I had always heard, Jimmy. That's what I had heard as well. Same species, different characteristics. Like an albino person or an albino animal is, the same species. But Nubby's catfishing. What is going on? Abendiessen. That sounds German, which makes sense. You're right next to it. I know Abend is evening. I guess Essen is food or eating. I forget. I used to know German. I know Guten Abend is good evening or good night. Do you have an Amazon Prime account, Bob? I believe I do. I believe I do, Brad. At least I'm married to somebody who definitely has one, because there's always boxes out front. He's always buying like cereal on Amazon. I get excited. There's a box that shows up and I go out there and it's like coffee or cereal. They get a white ghost color. I guess that's what happens when you mix those normal carp jeans with the colorful koi jeans. Yeah, you're a bass fisherman. Hey, OptiMob has joined the Minnow Club. I appreciate that. Awesome. That means you can join us on Mondays as well when we do the Member Mondays. And we do have a lot of member content only stuff out there. Lots of inside jokes. We have a good time. You'll enjoy it. But we have a very welcoming group of folks who hang out here. So, yeah, glad to have you. I will make sure I'm connected over, and I got my bell on your channel as well. Thank you. Now, I really want to have a fish here. I think we're going to put the other rod back out with a worm on it. I mean, everything eats a worm. If I'm struggling to catch a fish, pretty much, if somebody asks me what my go-to is when it's slow and you can't catch anything, I would say a worm. I mean, there's not much that won't eat one, including a carp. I always hook a worm twice, and I hook them, wherever I hook them, I tend to hook them close together like this, so that it looks kind of natural. You hook them like right in the middle twice, it kind of can bunch it up. What you don't want to hook is on either end. Some people do that because they think it's going to hold on better, and it might, but it just, to me, it looks unnatural. I'm going to cast it off to the side, right where I had that bass hit the chub. Instead of launching it way out, I'm just going to cast it right here. Dang, I really thought we'd have a carp by now. Worksea. All right, be safe, Glacier. Good luck out there. Take care of Wilson for us. Cat and Jack, welcome, welcome. I'm waiting on as well. Got to get some classwork done, studying for ham radio license. That's very cool. Have a wonderful morning and hope you catch soon. Thanks, Roger. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you are more than welcome here, OptiMob. We have an awesome community, bunch of numbskulls. Okay, cool. I'll send you a PayPal so you can pick up that micro rod. My Canadian Prime doesn't work in the US. I'll send you cash and email you the link. So that's instead of, because you were going to mail me something, right? So that's instead of doing that, I'll just pick it up and then you'll PayPal me for it. You don't need to do that, but as long as it's not expensive. I'm always up for something like that. But yeah, that sounds good, bro. For sure. I think what we'll do, because I'm going to shoot a video with that, we'll buy one of those micro rods, or if they're cheap, maybe I'll just get two. But maybe I'll get one of those, And then I'll let Kevin use that for the video, and I'll use my koozie hand line, something like that. We'll see. Fall flip is probably happening. Yep, the oxygen is higher. Everything has been catching is less than 4 feet. It is definitely flipping, and the reservoir I know is flipping. Yep. It's a tough time for sure. I did cover that on one of my Tuesday night tips. Not much you can do about it. You know, there's a few things you can do. They usually go up on the edges is the only stable spot where you're catching them. I got this rod right on the edge, but this is only 8 feet, so I don't know how as important it is, but once I get my parents squared away, we're probably going to focus on trout a bit. They're going to start stocking in these spots, and we'll definitely be all in on trout. But they'll also, there's a few spots around us so we can get on some wilds, and we'll do some of that. I just like to do bulk of this stuff so that we can have good chats. But then when fishing's not good, then we'll travel. We'll travel around, and it'll be a bouncy live, but at least we're gonna, you know, get on the fish. It's a $30. It's $30 for a $12 rod without prime. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, no problem. And I appreciate that. Sounds like it's gonna be a tough challenge. You were having trouble with it, I think you said. Let's see here. Marilyn says koi are domesticated Amur carp selected for their specific color and pattern. Allowed to breed freely, they return to the original color after a few generations. I have been proven wrong before. Wikipedia. The Shakespeare Micro Series is a great rod for the price. It's $20 and super sensitive. Jimmy, I think he's talking about something almost like a joke. I don't know. Like a tiny thing. I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, Jimmy, Shakespeare is underrated in my opinion. I like quantum stuff as well, affordable and reliable. Yeah, Shakespeare, Walmart sells the Shakespeare Micro Combo for $18.88. At least they did. We bought a whole bunch of them. And then when the reels broke, we upgraded to the Sienna, like 500s or Sienna 1000s, whatever was on sale. And I love that combo. I love that rod. And it's the perfect rod, especially if you like jigging. Yeah, it's perfect. 24 in, 36 thumbs up. Man, I want to catch a fish, guys. I think we'll use this rod to kind of try out new spots. Just thinking if I want to move. I might want to move. We'll see. We can go back to where we were last time. The only problem is they're doing some construction over there. Doing a little bit of construction over there. I don't think it's going to be any better that way. We would have to move towards the noise, unfortunately. Don't know. Monkey Man Production says, welcome in, by the way. Just finished my live. Seen you where I have to show you some love. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for coming over here. Web shooter, you missed absolutely nothing, buddy. Unfortunately. Novelty is less than 3 feet long. Collapses the shape of a pen. Are you supposed to be able to cast it, or is that 3 feet long? Why can't you cast it? The reel has no anti-reverse. Okay. I can deal with that. Why can't you cast it? Yep, Shakespeare is makes the ugly stick. Oh, that one got out of hit. Nightcrawler had a little hit. We'll recast it in that general area. Let's see if it gets hit again. Probably just a sunfish, but you never know. Never know what's lurking. Could be a catfish. I hooked a, Martine, I actually put a piece of garlic on my hook. I think it was yesterday. I wish we had pike around here. So that's a nice fish that gets real active in the winter. Used a bream buster. Very cool. I don't know, Creed, but I'd love to find out. I know where we're going to fish with it, I'll tell you that much. Our member only live was yesterday, and other than that one sunfish, we were skunked up to 3 hours and 51 minutes into our 4-hour live when that channel cat took the rod down. Almost took the rod in the water too. That's how slow it's been. Has no release on it or anything. I put a bell sinker on it with a 4-pound line and couldn't get it out past 10 feet. I'm going to put my 1.5 SOS line on it, see if I can get it to cast. With like a weighted bobber. I shouldn't tell you my secrets. Scratch that. I've seen spinning versions of that pen rod and it seems to work better. The reel's the biggest part. Custom Carmos called you Custom Cats again. Welcome back. Let me give you a wrench. I've seen you in here before. Appreciate you coming back in. Feel free to connect around. And if you guys are in the background, please give a thumbs up to the stream. It helps get the algorithm out there. Definitely some activity over there. Let me look what this is. I better put a bell on that rod. I almost lost that rod yesterday. I had everything in a holder but one rod. And I knew it the second I casted that a channel was going to hit that one. And that, man, it was close to going in. It was on this this rod holder right here, which is not really a rod holder at all. It just kind of props it up. And the only thing that stopped that rod from going in was the reel got caught up right on there. You tell yourself, oh, I'll grab it. I'll hear it and I'll grab it right away. But he hit it and was running. It's a fantastic day to be out here. It's beautiful weather. Got a nice shady spot. But they just are not biting at the moment. We'll see. Hopefully they'll turn on. It's heating up, so. Brad says, LOL, I will call out the challenge in my upcoming video, but it's a good spirited challenge. If you do better than I do, that's honestly awesome. That's no problem, man. I'm not real competitive. Though I'll tell you, if Sunfish King does his winter league this year, I probably do it just to keep my sanity fishing in winter. Ooh. I don't know if you guys saw that. I don't know what kind of fish it was, but it was pretty good. It was not a sunfish, so. Keep fighting, keep fighting. He picked it up for a second. See if he comes back for it. I'm going to let him take it this time. I've got one of those like egg sinkers on there. And those I don't really like to hold because you can give the line some slack and the fish will actually bite and pull it out. So you'll see the line go, and that's when you can grab the rod and strike it. But if you pick the rod up and you hold it, all you're doing is basically pulling all that leader material and bringing the hook and the bait right next to the egg sinker. Even though I have a leader on still, I'd rather have it a long leader out there, especially if it's a bass. They are a little line shy. You guys saw it. Creed says, I hope Sunfish does that winter league tournament. Still my favorite online tournament. You're in first for the bass one. Awesome, Creed. Yeah, there's no way I was doing that bass tournament. I'm not afraid to lose, but there was like, I tell you, like 5 bass all summer, or tiny ones, nothing quality. I could do a live throwing buzz baits around, and if I catch 3 fish, it's an amazing live. And Hmm. Yeah, I think I'll recast over here, the pack bait. I chummed it up. Devin was in here, he'd be telling me to chum it up. We're gonna stay here and bring them to us. That's what I've just decided. Justin should enter the bass tournament so we can win it. Measure it and then fillet it right in the same picture. Or have it like half filleted in the video, in the picture, and submit that to Kieran. It would be pretty embarrassing if I didn't win the winter league, even though I'm up here, like just fishing 10 to 2 every single day. You know, I should be able to win that thing. But I probably won't, because some dude in like the Caribbeans will probably post up, you know, 5 species every day. But if it's the same rules, I don't really care about how well I do. It's a great league. It's a lot of fun, and it'll push me to catch a lot of species this winter, which is what I enjoy most. I really do enjoy. You know, I don't know if you guys realize that or not, but if you look back at my community posts and my shorts and my pictures, and all my stuff's pretty current. Like, we'll catch something, I'll put that video out or that short out as soon as possible. We kind of rotate our way through the species that we have around here. We don't catch the same thing too often. Hold on, there's something big over here. Right here on the edge, it looked pretty big. I was trying to get eyes on them. Not sure what it was. Variety does make it fun. It was last year, Brad. It was a multi-species challenge. I think I ended up with like 22 different species. It was over 10 weeks, and you can only count one species once during the tournament, and you could count up to 5 a week. So there was a little bit of gameplay, you know, as well. But it makes it, you know, it makes winter fishing fun. Like, we were out here, and I knew I could catch a common carp in winter. It's not easy, but I knew I could catch one. There's no way I would have been out here all day long in the winter if that competition wasn't going. But I ended up catching a 37-inch common carp in the middle of a snowstorm. And it was like, that's like one of our biggest videos on our channel. Fish just jumped right here. Kevin and I were just screaming. We were so excited. We're like, yeah! And it was like, otherwise, it really isn't that big of a deal. But because of the competition, it made it like, you know, we had worked really hard on it. And when you finally get a breakthrough, it's awesome. We had a lot of fun. We traveled all over the place. Not sitting still here. Back's starting to act up a little bit. Depending on when I go up the mountains, you might see me pop up live. When I drive into where my parents live, it's up in the mountains of Pennsylvania. There's a lot of little wild brown spots. So last time I went up, I had done like the formal live and I shut it down. I caught some nice wild browns that day. So I'll probably I'll probably pop up live when I'm getting up there. Don't be surprised if you see me pop up live, and we'll get on some brown trout. Oh, my chat looks weird. Hold on. Am I still live? I think I'm still live. Yeah, until Nolan comes out. Nolan is, he lives real close to me, most of you guys know. But he's really good with the multi-species and the micros. I tried to do some micro fishing, just never worked out with him this year. I know he's caught a sculpin. I've never caught a sculpin. And I think he also got one of the, what are those other guys called? He's caught a few that I haven't gotten yet. Awesome, yeah. Now that you can drive, you'll be more of a threat for sure. The micros were really tough in the winter. I mean, you can net them all you wanted, but you got to catch them on line and sinker. That was so hard. Yo, still alive. Yo, I don't know what you mean there, custom cars. Let's see if I can catch this fish over here. Oh, carp rod, guys. Watch that white rod. It was just bouncing. You guys see that over there? Bouncing a little bit right now, guys. It's set pretty good in that rod holder, so I'll let it. Yes, I am still live. Oh, you were telling me that. Yeah, thank you. Sometimes things come out of my mouth and there's like no recognition from my brain that I even said it. So thank you, yeah. I have flashbacks from one time where I was not live for about 20 minutes and I thought I was live. And I realized like I was just basically talking to myself like a crazy person. I'm gonna give it time, it might go down soon. I like tournaments. We have 24-hour walleye ice fishing tournament here, enter every year just to watch the fist fights, bunch of cranky fishermen up to 24 hours drinking beer and getting skunked. That's like a lot of our trout fishing around here. Is sometimes you just go for like the the audience. Hey, there's Marines and Army Mom. Welcome in. Came at the right time. This white rod is getting ready to go down. We saw a big swirl that we figured was a carp. I've casted there. It's been maybe 10 minutes, and it's something's definitely hitting it. It's a pack bait, so it usually takes them 10 minutes or so. But that's a really good sign. That rod's going to go down, I think. Let me get this line out of here. And this one got stripped. take that off. What do we want to do here? This off. Well, we'll be able to cast that. Let's use the other rod. Let's put this away for a minute. Now that I know we got the white rod in a good position, I'm going to jig the other one around and see if we can catch something on this side so we don't disturb it over there. Everyone's saying hello. Sounds like the WCA is exactly what I thought of. I thought of that for exactly. I was up on the kids' beach that year, Jimmy, a couple years back. And the fights were just so funny. As long as you make it up in your mind, like, I'm not here to compete. It was the same thing when I went to Pulaski, New York. I had to say, like, I'm okay without catching a fish today. I'm just going to go out. I literally bought 3 local beers, put it in my backpack, and I'm like, I'm going to walk around, have a blast with Kevin fishing, hiking, and I know it's going to be elbow to elbow, and, you know, it is what it is. Now, if you go up there and you think you're going to be out in the middle of nowhere and have a nice peaceful experience, you're probably going to have a negative experience. But if you go with the mindset it's going to be crazy, it worked out fine. We went up there, we were fishing, like, and this was maybe 3 years ago now. It was, because we did steelheads last time. We were in like one of the most like known spots where it's just, we're at the Trestle Bridge, if you know where that is, Jimmy. It's like a crazy place to go with a at the time, like 7-year-old. I had rope tied around them so he wouldn't drown. And I didn't catch anything that trip, but a guy hooked up with a big king right next to us and handed Kevin the rod, and that made the trip. It was a blast. And he ended up giving us the salmon. He didn't even want the salmon. He gave us the salmon. It was awesome. It was a really good trip. Pro tip, when you live stream and wear a lapel mic, make sure you take it off when you use the boys' room. Tell me you know that Naked Gun movie when he does that. It's funny you say that, Brad, because I'm paranoid that, you know how you can flip the phone? I am paranoid that I'm going to go back behind the camera and somehow it's going to flip and you're going to see me like going back in the bushes. Good old Pulaski, yep. Yeah, it's shoulder to shoulder. I mean, you'll have negative people and then you'll have positive people, and you know, and sometimes it gets super competitive, but what I've noticed is they might be competitive to other adults, but most of them, there's lots of guys will go out of their way to hand the kid the rod or make sure the kid's having a good time. So that was you know, that's the positive part of that experience. I was fishing a walleye tournament over 40 feet of water once and thought for sure I had one, pulled in a 14-pounder. It was a damn pike. I was hoping I could catch some trout. This is Creed. Found a different spot where they stock them. Yeah, do you have, if you have any reservoirs, see if you have any reservoirs out there, Creed. You know this, I'm sure. They drain from the bottom, because that'll be the coolest water you can probably find down in Texas. Google word of the day is principle. Interesting. Let me see if I have any more worms. I know I put, there it is. I was going to say, I know I put a bobber in my shorts this morning. Let's do it this way. I should have brought my ultralight, but I don't really care if I catch a sunfish, honestly. I want to be prepared. Reconnecting, huh? Web Shooter says, a couple spots we used to go for steelhead, 35 people standing around, 5-foot long pole. Crazy. There are no natural lakes in Texas, all man-made reservoirs. Did I sit on? Yeah, I sat on a bell. I was like, where is that coming from? Let's see if this hold. There we go. I got a bobber on it. Immediately I got a hit, so I got to watch this. It's hard to watch. I don't fish with a bobber too often because it's really hard to watch chat and watch a bobber because you can't feel nothing. You got to watch it. Ivy, welcome in. Good to see you. I'll give you a wrench. I've seen you around all the time. I think you come over from Masha, I think. Wrenches are not to lock each other out or block each other. They're just to help you guys connect with each other. So keep that in mind, please. Principal Skinner, call from IP Daily. Oh, white rod's going, guys. Here we go, white rod. That's the rod we want to go. That's the pack bait and the carp. Float fishing. Best cure for ADHD. All I had to do is take my eyes off the white rod and it'll go down, I know. I can stare at it for an hour and I look away and that's when it goes. Better put that to the left of me so it doesn't get in my way if it goes down. Ivy saying good morning, everybody. Yes, we met at Masha's. Awesome, I thought so. Thank you for coming over our live. We're on here 10 to 2 every day, Monday through Friday, chilling and trying to catch fish and having a good chat. I don't fish for the steelhead or salmon run anymore for that reason. Shoulder to shoulder, snaggers everywhere, too many fights. Summer's returned to the Ozarks. Hey, GP, welcome in. Gentlemen prospectors in the house. Supposed to be 90. Yeah, we're in the upper 80s here. It's crazy. Long tiger rod. That's Rocky 3 over there. Where'd my bobber go? There it is. I don't know if it's curing my ADHD, Jimmy. I forget it's out there sometimes. And then I get paranoid, I can't find it. Used to go fishing with your ex all the time. It's a great way to get outside and enjoy nature. White rod, look at it tapping. It's gonna go, guys. It's gonna go eventually. Whatever's over there is eating up all that pack bait. And once it gets that pack bait going, it's gonna eat the piece of corn that's on the hook. Yeah. Kevin uses a bobber all the time fishing. And he won't be paying attention and I'll be looking for it and I always can't find it. I'm like, it's under, it's under. And then he moves it and it wasn't under. Hook this out over here. I'm just going to be jigging. There's a big drop off here. Just going to jig it around these rocks. White rod's going pretty good right now. Come on, take it down. Take my grandchildren fishing every chance you get. That is awesome. So good to get the kids outside, especially in this day and age. I got stuck in the mud in my waders once and fell in ass and screaming to help. And he had a fish on the line, left me there, reel it in. We would never do that, Ivy. Right, Brad? We'd never do that. We're stand-up fellas in here. How big was that fish, though? I used to go fish with my ex, too. Maybe he wouldn't be my ex if we stayed fishing. Yeah, it was already out of my mouth. Too late to bring it back. I'm heading up to Quirk Creek tomorrow for some crappie. Very nice. Dang, fish jumped right there. Crazy. Kevin and I fished this spot maybe a week ago at night, and we caught like 30 crappie right here. We were catching fish right off the side, like 2 inches of water, right here, just jigging in these rocks. Well, I'd say 2 feet out. It's actually like 4 feet right off the side here. They were all right here on the edge. Nothing here today. Definitely not fixing that relationship. I'm so over the hot temps. Same here. I got a lot more wood to clear out with the chainsaw, and it's been so hot. I haven't really been able to get it all done. Oh, are you at DC? I'm at, they're both the same, Stuart. They're both the same. DCL is NGL. This is DCL, I guess. Weather finally broke. It was in the 50s and 60s. Now it's going to be 76. Waiting for the snow. I love the snow. I hope we get a ton of snow and ice this year. I'm going to take the bobber over this way. Oh, white rod again. Come on, take that thing down. I better leave it be. I don't want to mess that bite up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Dang, that was a good pull. I thought he was going to get hooked up there. Get ready, guys. Get ready. He was on it that time. He was on it. Can't set that type of setup. You gotta wait till he just takes it down. Can't hook set him. See the line moving a little bit. He's still eating the pack bait. And in that pack bait is a piece of fake cooler with that hook. But he's only 10 feet off the edge, so I don't really want to go any closer to him right now. I might scare him away. I'll just let him be. Just sit here again. Green screen number 27, correct. I ordered a carp. I'm waiting for it to show up. Hurting for sturgeon. Welcome in, buddy. We got 40 thumbs up, 26 folks. Appreciate y'all. The white rod's getting bounced around. We're just waiting for it to go down, basically. Let me come on this side so my head's not in the way if he goes down. Stinks because he was definitely on it there for a second. He pulled it back, but they don't always hook up. We'll definitely give him at least another 10 minutes before we recast. So 2:03, we'll say 2:15 before we touch that white rod again. There is a good bit of bait out there. Web shooters hanging out. Nice meeting you all. Have a great day. Tight lines. Thanks for coming in here. Have a good rest of your day, web shooter. We will, if we're fortunate enough to catch something, we will put the timestamp in the comment section. I always do that for carp and catfish. And sometimes other lives as well, but definitely for the big fish, I'll put the timestamps there. I'm just off screen a little bit, jigging around on this worm. I'm going to move that cup bait. That's been out for ages. Managed to catch a leaf on that one. You know, in the summertime, you get all those turtle bites, and I think it makes you feel like you're having more bites and activity than you are. And then when it gets colder, those turtles disappear and the sunfish disappear. But the fish you're targeting are really still there. But it's nice to get those other bites. Keeps you occupied. Creed's back. I had to switch devices because the other one decided it didn't want to work anymore. It needed a rest. It's that time of the day again. Got to run to the post office. All right, GP, have a good day. Thanks for coming in. White rod, white rod. That's good news. He's still tapping that white rod. Let's hope he hooks up this time. There's some good wakes over there in that little bay. So there's some, I think there's more than one in there. Or if there's only one in there, he's really active. There he goes again. It's possible it's a bullhead, but we saw that big splash, so. Hey Ed, welcome in. No, not yet. We got something playing with that white rod right now. I don't know if it's a bullhead or a carp, but it's swirled out there like a carp. We're up at the local lake. You could probably figure out which one it is. Hey Jeff, yeah, it's crazy out here. Stayed down here in the shade today. It's nice right now. Not real active. We got a channel yesterday, but a different lake. Kind of going for carp, and I saw the biggest bullhead I've ever seen come out of this spot. So I'm trying to see if that was a fluke or if there's more of those big ones in here. In fact, the person who caught it thought it was a channel, and it was as big as a channel. Clearly a state record if they would have weighed it, but it was a big black bullhead. Kind of wishing I brought another carp set up. Brad just made a bologna sandwich. You will start catching shortly. Thank you. I don't know if it works by proxy like that, but I appreciate the effort, Brad. Still, I keep saying if I don't see like it just pulled again, so I give it 10 minutes. And then it pulls, I give it another 10 minutes. There's a lot of chum out there. Fish Commission called back about using carp for bait. They recommended for me to start a petition. Nice. Hey, there is Tammy and Ray. Hi, Bob. A quick pop in to say hi and give you a thumbs up. We have been so busy here lately, sir. We haven't been in more. Hope you understand. I absolutely understand. That's awesome. I'm glad you guys are busy. That's a good thing. And I appreciate the visit. Hope Ray's doing good. Some more bubbles again out there. We've got a pack bait on the white rod. We got a chunk of cut bait on this center rod. And then I got a little rod here with a worm. We caught like 20 to 30 crappie here a few nights ago, but they've moved on. No crappie here tonight. My back is acting up. I really don't want to stand up though. I don't want to scare them away. That's only about 10 feet off the bank. There's carp. See if we can catch them on this rod. Double our chances. I'll throw that over there. I've caught plenty of carp on worms. Dig into the lunchbox. Making me hungry, Brad, talking about eating. What's today, Tuesday? Ed Evans will be, I think he said this might be his last live. He'll be in midnight after midnight with Ed Evans every Wednesday night, 12 to 4 a.m. So I guess it's kind of Thursday, right? Hey, Yogi, welcome in, buddy. How are you doing? I saw you had a nice discussion this morning, Yogi. It could have been heated, but Yogi doesn't get heated. All right, Creed. Have a good day, bud. I'll talk to you soon about the Tuesday nights. Figure out which one works for you. See you later, Numbskull. Have a good day. 2 more. Okay. 2 more for Ed. Yeah, I think this week bought him an extra week. It's going to be so warm. Whoop, just saw a bass. Hold on, guys. Go away, come back. I got a line out this way. It's a little hard to cast where I want it. Better let it sit there. That's where I saw him last. We'll let it sit. It's just a jig head with a worm. It'll work sitting there or jigging. It's our first positive sighting of a fish. That's good. Doesn't matter if you eat it on the bank. It's only if you eat it on a boat. We've proved it. The wind's coming this way, so there's a little bit of a current this way, so that should, it's a long straightaway. That should be good for us. It should bring the food down this way. It should bring the fish down this way. Yeah, that's the reality, Brad. Oh, a 12-inch bass. Yeah, do as I say, not as I do, Brad. Heard that. There we go, white rod. Unless that was a leaf hit. It just moved again. He will not take that hook. Stats, good morning to you. How are you? Sorry, Creed. Yeah, I thought it was going to go. I thought it was going to go. As soon as Creed leaves, you know it's going to go. Still getting hit. Still getting hit. Oh, come on. Take her down. White rod, guys. White rod. What? Let me put corn on this other rod and get it out there. You know what I'm thinking? This will work just fine. I could put some corn on this one. He's hitting it pretty good right now. Oh, 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 come on. I'm going to walk over there right now, but I want to get a piece of corn and put it on this just plain old number 6 hook. Slide over there and get some bait here. Gonna go old school, just a straight up hook with some corn on it. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. Now we have 2 carp set up there. Got the straight hook with some real corn on it. And then we have the pack bait out there with the fake floating corn on the hair rig. We have a lot of bait in that area, so it increases our chances. Nothing, but we're starting to get some hits, custom cars. And I'm hoping it's the vacuum cleaner of the lake. A big common carp, that's what I'm hoping for here. Yeah, it's got to go down soon. There's definitely some feeding going on in there. There's a chance, you know, that there's a small bullhead already hooked up and just sitting there. I've had that happen before. So I feel better about adding the second rod. Helena was worse. Lost my tarp from my roof that was covering the siding. I lost from the tropical storms from 2 years ago. Lost power for a day. Insulin and food. Oh boy. You need to run corn on the Bulkinator so we can call it the Jolly Green Giant rig. I don't think I could find a dumb enough carp to hit 50-pound high-vis line. Wombat it. Onions are a detractant for fish. You just ate a sandwich with onion. Charter captains, I know, won't fool with onions before fishing. Interesting. Yet they love garlic. Hey, buddy, welcome in, buddy. Buddy. It's going rough. It's going rough. It's going rough. Marilyn's blaming the onions I had for lunch. So I probably won't be eating onions tomorrow or ever again. The white rod has been getting tapped, so we hope it goes down soon. Oh. The amount of dead fish smell I have on my hands should offset that. Yeah, I had a bologna wrap, basically. I already ate that. All right, Ivy, take care. What are we at? 225. We'll give it to 235, and if we don't have any more hits on that white rod, we will recast. Rob, my friend here on YouTube, sent me a nice collapsible fishing rod for backpacking for my birthday. That is an awesome gift. Very cool. Never know when you're going to be hiking and see, you know, some monster fish. Always good to have one of those with you. Hey, Paul, welcome in. No. Nope. It's a fish and woman deterrent, buddy. Thanks for staying with us, Rod. Not sure that fish is still with us, though. I'm staring at the line. I'm trying to make a determination to bring it in, or if it's still getting tapped, I won't bring it in yet. We did add another rod with some sweet corn right on the hook, so it doesn't like the boilie I got on it. It's got the corn option still. Yeah, that's frustrating. Wendy's playing games on her phone. There we go. There's another little tug right there. Still there. He's pulling. Come on, take it down. I don't know, to go over there and try to set it on him or what. If it was a carp, he'll take it down, but maybe it is a bullhead. The longest I've ever waited for a carp. My ride is here, just another hit and run. Catch you soon, buddy. All right, buddy, have a good day, bud. Buying space. Around us, it's mostly the flooding and the surge that causes the damage. 4 hours after Helena, the waters rose at high tide in Cedar Key, Crystal River, and Hudson took a beat down. Loss is sad, juicy. Tornadoes during Milton on the south side were a shock. I figured a few, but these really destroyed. I think I'm more afraid of tornadoes. Yeah, the last couple of hurricanes down there seemed like it spawned off a bunch of nasty tornadoes, and they did the bulk of the damage. Several neighborhoods flooded in Jackson. There's the dumb arrow from YouTube. Thank you for nothing, YouTube. In Jacksonville, but we were all elevated at our place. I can't buy a fish today. I blame Skeeter. He got skunked last night, I think. He sent his skunk down here. All right, 2:33. I'm going to give it 2 minutes and I'm bringing that white rod in. With the Lucci River is flooding areas that never flooded inland before. Interesting. We desperately need rain here. We're 4 feet down. That's me. I like to bump the pack or the cut bait. I like to bump once in a while. Make sure it's not snagged. Sometimes it triggers the strike too. Tighten the silver. Oh man. I think tonight's going to be good. It's going to be so hot today that all the shallows are going to get heated up. Should be a really good night bite tonight. Get out of here, skunk. Go back upstate. Skeeter skunks here. Yeah, let's bring that pack bait in. Alrighty, get it right back out with a fresh pack on it. Marilyn, if you're still in, it's funny you said that. I was just thinking, I catch trout on hoagie pieces all the time. I guess each species is different. I don't do it anymore because I can't afford it. But when I was working, Kevin and I used to fish every weekend. We'd always hit Wawa, and I'd always get a hoagie from Wawa with lots of onions on it. So I always get lots of onions. And we would always end up using the last pieces, a little bit of the hoagie for bait. And I swear by hoagie for trout. Caught a lot of trout on it. But maybe the salami or something's offsetting the. What's going on here? How did that get bumped? Offsetting all the other stuff in it, like the salami's offsetting the onion, maybe. A tangle. Okay, put the bells on and we'll see if we can get something going here. Get rid of some of that cut bait. That cut bait's on its last days anyway. Oh, Lord. Still got 21 people hanging out. People here fish for seagulls. There's somebody in this chat that likes to fish for seagulls, that's for sure. I keep thinking about Pop-Tarts. Pup-Tarts. They're eating the cats and the dogs. Staying here, I love this place. Get to make the host. Get out of here, Stinky. I think I'm caught up. It'll take a couple minutes for them to settle and come back in here. Now that I bombed them with another load of pack bait. Some fishing line up in the tree. I'm trying to see if there's anything on it worth climbing for. Pull this cut bait in and throw the worm out instead. And we've got 3 good baits out there. Worm, pack bait, and straight up corn. Kind of giving up on catching a huge bullhead. I think we increase our chances of catching something this way. Gray Heron's in. Howdy Stats. How are you? I go around looking for hosts to feed me. I do have some food over here in the water for you, Gray Heron. Captains I know are walleye primarily. I know one of them, Oneida. I heard a bell. I love Lake Oneida. Sweet smallies up there. One who fishes Ontario. People catching salmon on cigarette butts. I knew somebody trout fished with cigarette butts, so yeah, there is something to that, I guess. It's going to be like yesterday. We're going to sit here and then out of nowhere the rod's going to go down. That's what's going to happen. I would love to get 3, 4, or 5 of them. But just getting one is always nice instead of getting skunked. I'm surprised nobody has come around golfing today. We're sitting here on the second hole and nobody's come by. I'm right on the Frisbee golf course. Meyer, was that today? I missed it. I've been working, I've been calling I've been doing some stuff. I don't really want to talk about it here. But yeah, I've been a little busy. It's okay that she's wrong. Virtual fish, thank you. Trying to crack my back here. Oh, now that's stinking. There's a carp out in front of us now. I cast here, he comes there. I cast there, he comes there. Ooh, here we go, here we go. Fish on, fish on. Good fish. There's our catfish. There's our catfish. He's in that. I thought that might have been a bass. I thought that might have been a bass, but the way he hit it. There he is. He's got Dave's jig right in the corner of his mouth. He slammed it. Brad, you still in here? He's going right in the cooler, buddy. That'll fillet up nicely. Better take my yogurt out, my apple out, my spoon out. Going right in there. Put them over here in some water. You know what? I can throw you right in this thing. That's what I'll do. Here, chill out. Chill out, dude. I'll keep him alive in that. In case I change my mind, but I think I'm going to take him home. Well, there he goes. Get out of here, skunk. Skunk is out of here. I was live at 7:05 in the grocery store. I will catch that. Bam, bam. Dang, I forgot the bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, let's not talk about politics in here, please. Don't need that crap in my life. You want to know where I stand? Just email me. I'll tell you right where I stand. If you don't know. Oh, let's get this worm back out there. Yeah, I smashed that skunk right in the head. Thank you, Pickle. I wish Brad was in to see it. He loves bullheads as much as I do. They are delicious. I don't know about the cats. I'll tell you, all the cats are gone out of here, that's for sure. Bam, bam, bam. I keep forgetting to yell bam. I thought that was a bass. It just picked up the jig and headed out. No taps, no nothing. Now I gotta eat my yogurt. Make room in the cooler. Oh, sweet, Brad. There were so many different chats in here. It moved up too quick. Bam, nice eater there. I see it. Yep. I put them right in the minnow bucket. We'll take them home. I actually brought a little bullhead that we caught in the connecting, the creek that comes out of here. We were going to use him for bait for flatties. He's like this big. So I brought him back, and I actually threw him back in the lake today with a couple of the chubs. So I took a big one out and threw another baby back in to grow into a big one. So a little put and take. Here we go again. The worm's getting picked up. They're coming to life. I knew there had to be a bullhead in these rocks here. It's like perfect. Hey Scotty, welcome in. Just missed our first catch of the day. A nice bullhead. He's going home with us. He's a good eater. Good eater, as Brad says. You gonna be fishing today, Scotty? Fun fishing adventures. We got 52 thumbs up. Appreciate that, guys. There's Sue, Bud Files. Welcome, welcome. What is going on? Hurt my left elbow today and don't know how. It's like tennis elbow. That's been the story of my life too lately, Myra. I've been waking up with injuries. Waking up with a broken foot was my personal best, though. I just thought it was like tendonitis. No clue how I broke it. I think this sounds like a squirrel. put it back in the same spot. We'll see if there's any more out there. I'm at work today, alrighty. We got a bee on the lens. You guys might see him. If you get all blurred out by some monstrosity, it's just a yellow jacket. He's hanging out on my phone. Bud files off today. We're not doing much. Bud files tomorrow is Wednesday. They usually do way back Wednesday around 5 p.m. Eastern. What's the topic this week, Sue? What will we be learning from the bearded historian this week? Snowing leaves here. Rent a fish. Get out of here, rent a fish. Not a banger day, but any day you catch a fish is a good day, right? Dang, I thought this was going to be the perfect spot to sit with my back. It's actually bothering my back. "22 folks hanging out. Appreciate you guys." See, everyone thought I was crazy doing live in the middle of the day, but why not? It works for my schedule. Might not be the best fishing time all the time, but the only reason I was thinking about releasing that catfish was to get video of them. Need to get some more shorts. I have my new GoPro. I was going to try it out on there, but that's all right. I'll get some scenery shots or something with it. Boy, it's getting hot. The sun's starting to get in here now. Live chat. There it is. Couldn't read chat for a second. 1-800-RANT-A-FISH, 1-800-BUY-A-FISH, 1-900-LOSE-A-FISH. I don't know if you can hear all that noise up in the woods. I'm trying to see what's coming out, if it's a deer or, oh, it's a chipmunk. Okay. It's so dry here, everything sounds like an elephant coming through the woods. Glad it's still warm. It's way too hot. So it's almost 90 degrees today. It's crazy. We were below freezing at night the last 3 nights, and now it's going up to 90. And we're in a pretty bad drought. We're about 4 foot low. I used to have my fun time with my child at school. This is my fun time, I guess. It's a lot of work before and after. Might not look like it, like I'm just sitting here, but just getting the bait together and not buying bait and catching the bait. When we went out, when we fished with Jeff, we had to catch about 30 fish for bait, just for bait, It's a lot of work, and making sure that they're aerated and the water's clean and keeping all the bait fish alive. And there's a lot to it behind the scenes. Yeah, I bet you're back now. I wonder where you went. Interesting, Stuart. Interesting. I'm about to lower the phone, turn it around, and lay behind the phone. But I know if I do that, a rod's going to go immediately, and I'm going to have to run over there. But I'm going to do it. Why not? Let's do that. Hold on. I'm going to turn the phone around just a second. My back's bothering me. This way. Go. All right. Now I'm just sitting here. Shut up, Brad. I'm saying 10 to 2 is my chill time. That's what I was trying to make my point there. If I wasn't on YouTube at all, I'd still be busy. That's the fact. Between the gardens and the chickens and just taking care of the house and the kids and all that stuff, cooking all the meals. I really don't even need to be on YouTube. You know, it's not like I'm bored looking for something to do. I just love fishing. Ah, this is nice. Now I'm not just sitting here, Brad. I'm not sitting here anymore, Brad. Now, now I'm laying here. Sitting's too much work. Now I'm chilling. Took it up a notch. This might look easy, Brad, but it's hard work. Those two have corn on it. Whoops. Where'd my other rod go? There you go. There's a little turtle out there. He's just a little snapper. This rod over here has the worm on it. I thought we had a pretty solid bass on instead of that catfish. The way he hit it, he fought like a bass. Exactly. Exactly, Meyer. They don't realize how professional I am. Oh gosh, now I'm in a prone position. So it's definitely going to be next level if a rod goes down. You're going to hear a lot of sighing and gasping in pain. Heading out for some hard work when you are done here. All right, you going to be live? I want to witness this. I got to move some wood piles around again. That's what I'm going to be doing after this. I got to check in with my parents, see if they know what time the operation is and all that fun stuff. All I know is I saw that skunk come in and I got rid of him real quick. You guys notice how quick I got rid of that skunk? I times just kind of slipped away. I was chatting, having a good time with everybody. And then I was like, man, it's almost 3 hours. And then that skunk popped up. I was like, all right, let's get rid of that skunk. Beer and worms. Beer is good. It helps you pass the time if you're out slow fishing like this. You know? I'm telling you, a watched rod never bends. You got to take your eyes off of them for a while. Let time slip a little faster. Oh, our worm's going here. Let's see. See if he hits it again. Oh, I better get up. Yep. That was it. 2 taps. Ooh. Ooh. go. White rod, white rod. Stop playing with this little fish. The white rod just got hit. I'm not getting up till it goes down. Might as well just bend on over. I'm in no rush. If I'm getting up, it's to save a pole from going in. Well, it might not be you, but I know you have a lot of AKAs. I don't mind them. I think they're funny. Exactly, Meyer. It's definitely Stuart's fault. Oh, what did Brad say? I found out I can run 2 lines, but at least one of them has to be for carp. Not sure there are any carp in the lake. Exactly. Pack bait. I catch a lot of bullheads on pack bait. Yes, where Sportsman Warehouse used to be my go-to when I lived in Alaska. They had an awesome one in Anchorage. We used to go and order crap from there. Then Cabela's went up there, and Cabela's became better than Sportsman up there for deliveries. Yeah. Where's their Sportsman Warehouse, Jimmy? Stuart has a question. What's the question, Stuart? Let's hear it. There's a big old log floating down. Looks like it's got like paper wasp nests on top of it. I think that's what that is. How do I type words in chat? Just going to run a worm and sinker and a rod holder while I run and gun for pike and bass. Smart. Yeah, worm's great for carp, especially when you're trying to catch other things besides carp. Yeah, we caught that bullhead on Nightcrawler. In Warminster. Interesting. Did not know that. Best American food: New York pizza, Tennessee hot chicken, Oklahoma steak, Texas brisket. Bullhead carp are delicious. Nebraska cheeseburger. I never heard of any of those things. Oh, here, a rat's going right here. What do you got in strips? See if he comes back for it. Give it a jig first, and then I'll bring it in a minute. The squirrels are so loud. You got most of my worm. Hey Eddie, we're in Pennsylvania, Montgomery County, lake fishing for carp and catfish mainly, and bass. We just got one catfish about 15 minutes ago. That's been it. Slow day. Philly cheesesteak would be my top choice, ATC for sure. All right, Steve. Thank you, buddy. I got your donation the other night, last night again. Thank you very much, buddy. Super appreciated. Oh, white rod's going. In fact, I got that and I ran out the Landis supermarket and bought the bait for today with that money. Actually, for today and the next trip. Hey, Weld, welcome in. And make sure nobody's coming behind me. I am sitting right on the Frisbee golf course here. Good to see you. We're gonna cut it right off the 4-hour mark today, so we got about 48 minutes or so. I got a lot going on in my family today and tomorrow. Yeah, Louisiana fried food deserves a spot. Louisiana, Alabama, their fried food is at another level. I agree with that. And yeah, fresh Mexican food with the lime and avocado. There's just something refreshing about that. Oops, pin the live stream. I don't know what I just hit. All right, Wendy, thank you. I will check that out. Yeah, throw my apple with that nosy squirrel over there. I'm surprised this worm's not getting picked up constantly by bluegills. Probably a good thing. We never would have caught that catfish. Usually throw a hook like that with a worm. The hook's a little bit too big for bluegill, and they just end up stripping the worm off of it constantly. I'm going to get back into a comfortable position here. So that usually results in a takedown. Oh, man. Welcome in, Wendy. I know you've been playing your games, listening to Stewart's, I'm sure, but welcome in the chat. I'd love to catch a carp. Come on. I had a dream I caught a mirror carp last night. Just thought of that. That's all I remember was catching a mirror carp. I don't remember anything else about the dream. Takes one 7-pound bass to come by and make it a heck of a day. I figured you did, Wendy. You're always in the area of Stewart, so I assumed you did. I love mirror carp. The two I got this year were so awesome. Yeah, I got two this year as well. They were the first two I ever got. The first one I hand lined, which was kind of crazy. It was a weird occurrence. I jammed up my reel and I got it. What happened was, that was a crazy live. I think that's the same day we caught 17 carp. But there was some dude next to me that didn't speak any English, and they were carp fishing and couldn't catch nothing. At one point I tripled up. I had to hand him a rod. One of the other rods went. I somehow reeled the other rod's line into my spool, got it all tangled up. So I ended up hand lining it. I had no idea it was a mirror carp till it came up. It was just a crazy day. Then the last one I got maybe a month or so ago in the honey hole. We'd been fishing up on the creek till it shut off. first one was really cool looking. Good, I'm glad you're doing good, Rod. Fillet, yeah. Mirror carp. Let's fillet this one out. Might start World War III. I could see us getting attacked by England if we fillet mirror carp live. Getting hot. The first worm rod's starting to get picked up again. Yep, there we go. There we go. That's right. He barely bent the rod at all. So I don't think I'm stripped. Or maybe I am. I'll give him a minute. One of the heavier jig heads, you know. It's one of the lighter ones, but of my light jig heads, there's 3 levels, and this is probably the heaviest of those 3 levels. It's possible it's stripped. Sunfish picks this one up, it usually drops it. With those little tiny ones, it'll pick it up and run with it more. But I'm not worried about sunfish. I've caught my PB on this size jig before, so I'm not worried about it. Definitely strong enough for a big fish. It's still small enough for a small fish. Stand you guys back up. I don't want to be down here on the floor anymore. Oh, white rod, guys, white rod. Deep fried mirror carp. You guys are crazy. It's the Skeeter. Welcome in. What is going on? Hope you're having a good day. Well, I like standing up here. I can get a better view. The white rod just got knocked. That's our catfish rod and pack bait rod for a carp. I've done that. I've got two catch and cooks with carp on my playlist. It's still my kid's favorite fish I ever made was carp, believe it or not. Put a lot of effort into that recipe, but man, it was good. I don't know if I'd say it was my favorite, but it's up there. And if I wasn't biased or already like, ooh, carp, you know, it might be my favorite too. But I kind of went in with an idea that it wasn't going to be any good. And it was so good, I didn't know what to think of it. It was really good. Are you going to be, it's warm out, Mrs. Skeeter. Are you going to be out with Mr. Skeeter tonight? When it's warm out, there's more skeeters out. When it gets cold, it's usually just the male skeeter. All right, Slab, welcome back. You did miss one catfish. We got one catfish, just a bullhead, but a nice sized bullhead. And there is a little bass. I can see your little bass. Let's see if we can catch this bass. Don't run away, little bass. Come back. A half decent bass. Just sit it there a minute, see if he comes back. I don't know where he went. He might have just gone deep there. Just the bullhead, Mrs. Skeeter. Decent brown bullhead. And he's an eater too. He's going home with us. Fillet him up. Add him to the fish pile in the freezer for the next fish fry. I'll put the timestamps on afterwards. Oh, here we go. Oh, dang. That was a good bass, guys. As Skeeter would say after he misses one. That was a huge one. It was a huge bass. He took it again. He took it again. Took it for a second, spit it. It's playing with it. Play. We'll let him play. Get out of here, Rod. What? Nothing broke me off today. He was a monster. He may have stripped me though. You got some of it. You might as well have the rest, buddy, because I'm coming back with a whole night crawler for you. Okay, here we go. Here we go. You're mine, Mr. Bass. Got 31 minutes before I make it through the day without breaking off. Cooler out here, I can prop it up a little bit. 'See if I spot any bass on the edges here. "20 people in, 58 thumbs up. Thank you guys. Remember, keep an eye out if I end up heading upstate tonight. Very likely that I will pop up for a brief trout live. I drive by a few spots I can usually pull some nice wild browns out of, and I'll hit them up on the way. And it's possible, I don't know what's going on yet, but if it's possible either tonight or tomorrow night, I also pop up late at night in the dark for channel cats. I will be really close to a pretty good spot to catch some large channels, so hopefully I'll have time to do that. Hello again, everyone. I just got home from classes, so I'll likely be here until the end. We did catch a skunk busting black bullhead, a nice one too, eater size. He's in the minnow bucket at the moment. I'm going to take him home, fillet him up. We just missed a little bass. I just threw a worm out on its head, see if he'll come back for it. The sun's kind of getting up over the water, so I'm getting a little bit better view. And I saw a nice bass kind of swim into the shallows here, and I cast it and he hit it, but I didn't hook up. So I just cast it. I'm leaving it sit where I saw him last. But each moment I'm getting, as the sun gets over here, I'm able to see better and better through the water. And this is a really good spot for some, we've seen some huge bass here. Make sure you keep those wild browns for cut bait so you can catch a largemouth on them for catch and cook. They are big enough to legally keep, but I won't keep them. Get a million views and it's probably like what, $10 for a million views. Meanwhile, your face will be posted up, picture of you will be posted up on every Orvis shop around. Which is funny, like, you know, the wild browns really, they're the enemy of the native brook trout, but just tons of infighting with the trout fishermen. But I would never use a native or a wild for food or bait unless I was in need of food to eat, period. He's joking anyway, Slab, but I wish you lived close to me because I would love to cook you up some trout. That's the fish I'm most comfortable fishing for, cooking, catching, cleaning. And I've got a lot of stuff on my playlists, but they're one of my favorite fish to eat. And I've never had a fishy one when prepared right. They are the same family as salmon, so if you like salmon, they're really the same thing. In my opinion, they taste better than salmon. There's a few things, you know, you kind of want to harvest them when it's colder. Definitely taste better before they get warm. And you got to keep them cold and alive or on ice, the whole process. Which is tough to do if you're creek fishing, you know, but knowing how to hook them on the stringer and making sure that they stay alive while you're out there. And if they do die, head right to the car and have a cooler of ice waiting for them. But yeah, I hear that from a lot of people. And it's easy to make them taste fishy, but with a little bit of work, they are delicious. Kevin was better. Thank you, Rod. He was better today. He still sounds horrible, but he woke up and said he felt a whole lot better. So I made him a pork roll sandwich. I knew that would lift the spirits. Made him a big fat pork roll sandwich and played some wiffle ball, and he was off to school. Jimmy, get out of here. Stuart loves brown trout better too. I like rainbows. He says rainbow tastes like garbage. I prefer rainbow trout. Not a big fan of brookies, and the only brookies I eat are Stony Creeks, usually from the stock nursery, you know, because they're big. Oh, sorry guys, hang on. There's been a malfunction here, which is me. There we go, 47%. Okay, tripped on the wire. I'm okay. Yeah, I prefer rainbow. Watch. Stuart's gonna come in here. There we go. I knew it. I knew it. He's triggered by this. I've changed hundreds of trout fishermen to perch and crappie fishermen just by beer battering 25 pounds of perch and crappie. I have plenty of love for perch. I would take perch over trout for sure. It's a close one though. It's not like it's that much better. It is a little bit better in my opinion. But I'll eat them both as they come in the season. Whatever I can get my hands on. Which is nice. I can catch perch here pretty much all winter long. And the trout, we can really only hit certain times because they're stocked and then they get wiped out. But this lake will be stocked soon with trout, and they'll hold up here somewhat all winter long. Miracle Whip and tartar sauce. Yeah, everything's good smoked, but yeah, I have a good smoked trout recipe that we do. We're gonna actually do that recipe, but instead of using the apple cider glaze and brown sugar glaze, we're going to do our homemade apple butter, and we're gonna use that on top of it and smoke them with for the last hour. We're gonna crank up the heat and put the apple butter on them. See what that does. Never done it before. Yeah, well, you ain't gonna eat a wild brown over here without, you know, hearing something about it. One of our kids' favorite is a trout casserole. We use Velveeta cheese and mayonnaise, but most specifically Duke's mayonnaise, and potatoes, and it becomes like this. I don't know how to explain it. It's almost tastes like oh, white rod. Come on, baby. Let's get a real fish in here. That was a good hit. Almost tastes like a solid. I don't know how to explain it. Almost like a cake, but moist. White rod still going. Might be a bullhead, might be a carp. Oh man, thank you for not using that language in here, but I hope you have a good day, Jimmy, and don't work too hard. I just said it. I like my trout cedar planked on the pellet grill. I make a maple bourbon glaze for them with homemade syrup. Oh, heck yeah, man. Oh, that's scary, Slab. That's scary. Yeah, I mean, my personal view on it is everything that's farm raised is questionable anyway. So I'm going to eat fish up to 3 times a week that I catch, unless it's from like a body of water that's at a higher level of contaminants. But I'm going to eat it because I think going out and harvesting it yourself not only cuts the cost, but it's a healthier lifestyle, and hopefully that offsets any of the metals that might be in them. But here in Pennsylvania, I know they're inspected a lot closer, and these hatchery trout, they're less than a year old. They're fattened up, stocked, and caught, so they shouldn't have too much metals in them. Get out of here, Stuart. Stuart, yeah, you got to be careful what you say in the chat, because last time we were talking about something, and I don't know if you saw that video, but it got demonetized, and I got smacked with a fact check under it. It was literally something somebody was talking about in chat, and they fact checked it. I lost my monetization on it. I lost all 66 cents. Still trying to recover. Savage Batman, what's going on? Oh, you're in Central PA. Okay. I'm sure I asked you that before. I think you probably told me that. I mean, we raise them. I'm a member down at the Stony Creek Anglers, and I know the inspection process. They come out and they check your water and all that junk. They check for fish conditions, the gill lice. Smoking anything, I think, increases, because that's a carcinogen. I think that increases the chances of, you know, cancer in itself. But I'm going to get off that subject because I'm probably already getting fact checked on this one. Exactly, ATC. That's my point. They've got, yeah, I'm going to get off the subject. It's hard to have any type of meaningful conversation because you get fact checked by the YouTube police. That's why I don't go into politics or religion. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's funny because our association compared to the state, you can tell the difference when you're out fishing. Like right away, you're like, oh, that's a Stony Creek fish. You know right away if it's state or Stony Creek. We feed our trout at night by hand because the browns that the state stock are tiny because they just, I think they feed them all together, and the browns they're not as aggressive, so they end up not eating. And in fact, they should be more aggressive, but they tend to eat at night more than the other trout. Channel cats are probably the most contaminated. But yeah, if you get the young eaters, they're not as bad. You want the young fish. Yes, Stuart, so we also have rainbows that are river run. Like in Alaska, we have the river run rainbows too. Around here, none of the browns are running out to the ocean. So basically, the browns here are no different than the rainbows or the brookies for that matter. I'm not sure about New York. I know they've got some of the bigger variety of browns. I don't know if they go all the way out or if they just go out to the estuary or what they do. But they ain't going out to the river or the ocean. They're going out to a lake anyway. They're all confused. They think they're going to an ocean. Yeah, see, the fish that we stock at Stony are almost always like a salmon orange. Like they're always orange inside. Beautiful dark red orangey color. I think it comes down to the food. Gentleman Prospector is back. Welcome back. The mercury. Oh man. The fact checkers in there like, wrong. Have you ever gotten a fact check on yours, Brad? Or any of you guys in here? It's the first time I've gotten videos demonetized and for like music and copyrights, and one for like, the content they didn't like and it got demonetized, turned yellow for that because they couldn't share the ad revenue. But it was just like 2 weeks ago, I have one that was fact checked. So if anyone watches that video, not only do I not get paid for it, but there's like this big banner that comes up. It's a 4-hour live, and there was one comment in there, and they took that comment and they fact check it. It's pretty funny. Yeah, right. They put this Google explanation. It was the weirdest thing to fact check. I was like, it was so funny. I gotta look. I forget what it was, or I tell you guys. Probably get fact checked again. It was the most bizarre thing. It was like mayonnaise. Probably Stuart saying Hellmann's better. It was like Google. In fact, both mayonnaises have been equally enjoyed by people across the globe. It was something. It wasn't that ridiculous, but it was pretty ridiculous. was like, if this is AI, I think we got a lot of problems. Hey, Paul. YouTube always has to get the upper hand. It was a comment from somebody. It was a discussion. It was a discussion in chat. It was nothing I said out loud. It literally picked up on chat. Yeah, I get that once in a while too. Russia and Belarus. They got higher standards over there. Yeah, I think you're right, Slab. Vertical or horizontal? So horizontal is holding your phone this way and it fills the whole screen. Vertical is up and down, so it's skinny. So if you're watching on a TV, right now, I would fill your whole TV screen. If I go vertical, it'll look just in the middle and it's black on both sides. That's what it looks like. Now, if you do a vertical, instead of having 15 people in your chat, you're going to get like 50, 60, or 70. You know, you're showing up on the short feed. I don't know if you know what that means, because you've got things that you don't play on your phone all day like we do, but it shows up on your short feed. So people are scrolling through, and all they have to do is hesitate on that, and that's a view for 2 seconds, you know. So what happens is you get all these views that look good, but when you go back and you look at your watch time, your average watch time is, White Rod, is where you make your money. White Rod's getting hit, guys. See if it goes down. He's pulling, he's on it. Come on, take her down. Yeah, you're not very popular in Nepal for some reason, Slav. I don't know what you did to the Nepalese people, but they are not friends with you. I'm trying to think, what was it, Indonesia? When I was racing, for some reason I was popular in Indonesia. I swear. So one of my sponsors was always trying to get me to go to Indonesia. And they're like, yeah, you're really popular down there. And I think it was because I went head to head with their great racer and I got beat by him in a pretty big race one time. And I think that's why I became popular, because I lost to their favorite racer. But yeah, they were always trying to get me to go do races in Indonesia. It was horizontal like this. Taste is subjective. And well, there's a bullfrog over here, or maybe it's Skeeter. Oh, this one's getting picked up, guys. I know you can't see it, but picked up. You're swimming right at me. Sounds like we got Mr. Skeeter over there in the trees. I heard you over there, Skeeter. Why don't you come out and say hi? I'm going to get blamed for this in a second. I swear it's a bullfrog over there. I know there's snow on the ground, but that was a bullfrog. Yeah. I'm doing a vertical right now. I'm standing behind the horizontal. But I was horizontal earlier. Will is now completely confused. Yeah, well, unfortunately, YouTube likes that drama. When you have the trolls coming and going, that helps your chat. Oh, there's a big carp. That was a big carp. He's not too far from it. Hopefully he picks it up. That was a big one, guys. Did you guys see him come up? Wow. You got 7 minutes, bro. You got 7 minutes to hit that bait. Skater, I think tonight's going to be fire, man. It's cooking right now. It's heating the water up. I know you've been fishing deep. I personally think they're going to be in the shallow tonight. Because now the shallow is going to get cooked, especially if it's out in the open. That shallow water is now going to be warmer than that deep water. That's be good if you could fish a spot kind of, you know, find some shallow water near the deep water. That's what I would do. But you do what you think. That's what I would do. They want access to both this time of year. Dumpster dolphin. They always come up at the end and just laugh at us. You think tomorrow's going to be really good? I don't know what time that front's coming through. The oxygen level is closer to the center line between the cold and the warm. Come on, fishies. Looked like a mud whale. I caught the tail end of it going in. It looked huge. Like, that's not coming up to eat. I don't know why he's coming up like that. They'll come up in the middle of winter once in a while like that. Not as often as the summer, but occasionally they come up like that. Sometimes they'll come up to crack their egg sacs when they're ready to lay them. Sometimes they'll come up for spawning. But sometimes they just come up. Nobody knows why. They just come up. To me, down here, it looked like the front's going to come through during the day, though. I'm not sure. Catching every species suspended 4 foot and shallower. Yeah. Yeah, this is not much more than 4 feet out this whole area right here. Where it's real wide, where it pinches down into that creek, it drops to about 12 feet. And then behind us where it's narrow, it's 15 feet. But this is 4 feet out in the main channel, is 8 feet at its deepest over here. But we're off the edge here. So we're probably in around 4 foot. I just don't think that you're going to catch a carp suspending anything. I've never been successful doing that, except for like city parks when you're actually floating bait. I've caught some floating stuff, but I've never caught a carp suspended, except for maybe occasionally catching one on a spinner out trout fishing, which is like a fluke, but where you come by its face and I guess it just snaps at it. Haggis rig. Yep, I know what you mean. You figure them out, and the Amish do follow you. I don't know if that's for all different species or what, you know. I know later in the year, I'm pretty good with bass, and when they flip, when the legs flip, and how to find the bass. But like crappie will suspend out in the open. Carp may hold there, but that's when they're like sitting there. They're not feeding there. My opinion, you know, in the fall, they go to the shallows, but usually in the mid to later in the day, not first thing in the morning. So I was hoping, like, you know, an hour or two ago that they would. I didn't expect to catch a carp in the first 2 hours, to be honest with you, but I was hoping we would slam them as they would come up into this cove. But they might be up there, you know, next 3 hours. Who knows? That was just my theory. I share what I know on fishing. I do. I try not to share all the spots and, you know, all that stuff, but, you know, I think there should be resources on YouTube, just like, you know, when I grew up, we would read books and magazines, and, you know, they would tell you all the secrets. Now, it's a little bit different about, you know, telling the guy next to you that's going to take the fish that you're trying to catch for dinner. But hey, Chip, welcome in. We're just heading out in a couple minutes, but we just saw a big carp roll, and the white rod has been getting some taps, so we might catch something last minute here. So I'm not rushing to take down. We did catch one bullhead catfish today. When we get low pressure systems, the plankton start to float to the top, bait fish chase them, and the pike and the bass chase the bait fish, and the bite is awesome. Plankton. This rod's going. That's when plankton tries to then sneak in and steal Mr. Crab's recipe. That's usually what happens next, I believe. I'm making a video tonight, pike fishing, see if I can capture some footage of them schooling the bait fish. It's pretty nuts. That's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. Problem with sharing too much these days is all the people watching create content and your hard work, YouTubers everywhere and other platforms. Yep, I know. It's like a double-edged sword. What are you doing, buddy? You on or what? You still on? You still on? Coming in. Oh, you dirty rat. Swam all the way in with my worm. You see, he took a piece of it off. You dirty rat. could just tell he wasn't on the hook. Oh, awesome. Where are you heading to, Chip? 10-day cruise out of New York. That's about 2 hours from the pickup spot's about 2 hours from me. I'll be up that way tomorrow, though. I may go after him tomorrow if I get the chance. I don't know. There's a big old snapping turtle out there. See, this turtle just came up. Well, I appreciate everybody coming in. I'm going to wrap this thing up in about 2 minutes here. I'm just going to see if we can catch whatever just hit that worm, and then I'm going to pack it up and get out of here. Another awesome live. I enjoyed it. Wish that we caught more fish, obviously, but it's just the way it goes. Tomorrow, I can almost guarantee you I won't be live during my normal time. I don't know if I'll be live at all. Dad's got a surgery, so I'm gonna be up there, I believe. Maybe even tonight I'll be up there. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go home and figure all that out. I will go home, put the timestamp on this video of the bullhead, so if anybody wants to go back and watch, the time will be there. Not sure if Stuart's going live. Brad, were you going to go live, or are you just going to go fishing? Thank you, Chip. Fish is a fish, no skunk. Thank you, Skeeter. Skeeter's going to be live at 5 p.m. tonight. Let's see, did Chip tell us where he's going? Thank you, Chip. Chip don't want us coming with him. Okay, he's not going to tell us where he's heading. He's afraid we're going to track him down and go fishing off his boat. I hope you have a safe cruise. I'm going to get out of here, shut this thing down, and then I'll pack up. If I catch anything, I'll put a short out or something. But have a good night, guys. Oh, there's something. See everyone on the buzz. Yep. All right, take care of yourselves.